Councilmember Dodwell.
Present.
Councilmember Bertolino.
Here.
Councilmember Nyan.
Here.
Councilmember Bartoni. Councilmember Gross. Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Edens.
Here.
Councilmember Remy.
Here.
Councilmember Farmer.
Here.
Councilmember Galani.
Here.
Councilmember McCune. Councilmember Rambo.
Here.
Councilmember McCutcheon.
Here.
Thank you and welcome to everyone to the work session. No mayor comments or announcements. We have 8 informational items. Before we go to action items, does any member of the council have anything under information that you would like to discuss or about which you have a question? Councilor McCutcheon.
Yeah, I could get some more information on sidewalk testing along Sprecher Road. I was under the impression that we were going to do but then it looks like we're doing borings.
So is Rick on the phone? Rick Brown, do you want to respond to that or I can do it, Rick?
Mr. Mayor, honestly, I didn't quite hear the question. I think I know what it was.
The question is why, yeah, sorry. The question is what is the reason for the geophysical survey testing on the sidewalk relative to the sidewalk on Strecker Road?
Yeah, I thought it was
Yeah, I think Mayor Boland can probably speak to this. The point was made, and Mayor Boland brought this up with City Attorney John Young, that it would be appropriate essentially for the city to do our own due diligence from an environmental perspective relative to the project that we might expect any other person or developer to also do on that property. So that's by and large why we're taking this step, is to be certain that there is no contamination and to do our environmental due diligence.
Yeah. So Councilor McCutcheon, your question was about the invasiveness of it. And I have not had a chance to talk with Rick or our city administrator about it. But my understanding is, and I guess this would be we could do it here, a question for Rick. Rick, are boring samples actually necessary or not? I thought that the geophysical survey was simply a determination designed to get a determination of whether there had been dirt disturbance, and if there had been, then to go to a next level of boring samples. So are you aware of the answer to that question?
Well, I will address it as best I can. The geotechnical engineer, geotechnology were the ones that did recommend completing the 5 borings as part of the project. And with those borings, they will be taking soil samples and water samples.
Yeah, that's. So I think we ought to go back to. I think we ought to go back to them, Rick, and that's not what. When I suggested this, I was simply looking for a determination as to whether there had been dirt disturbance. If there hasn't been, there's no need to do the boring samples. And I understand that they may want to do them. We also have to pay for that, and it is invasive. So if we could just go back to them and determine whether that's really necessary. City Attorney Young, do you have an opinion on this?
In terms of what's required, I do not have knowledge of whether or not it's required or not.
Okay. So, can we just have an understanding that we'll get a determination of that made before we move forward with it, and hopefully lower the cost as part of the process if it's not what really was intended by the survey? Rick?
I could certainly follow up and or have a representative of geotechnology available perhaps at the next meeting if you like. I would guess that we could omit that for now, if that's the desire.
And I don't know that we need to have them at the meeting. If you can just find out and send the council an email, and we can take it from there as to whether we need to have a meeting on it. Have it for the meeting. Council, is that acceptable for you? Okay. Okay. Anything else, Councilmember McCutcheon? Okay, Councilmember Dodwell.
I had just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that in the past, we've had a lot of potential litigation and a lot of screaming from residents on this particular area. I know there's an expense here, but I think we as a city would be better served to go ahead and absorb the expense so that no one comes back at us and says, well, I was walking on this sidewalk and I've got cancer now, and so it's your fault. That's a concern to me because I've heard that thrown out through the years that we have been dealing with both this property and the Bliss property. I think where we did the boring before on this particular Callahan site was further back into the property. And I think if we can complete the environmental study as outlined, even though it's more expensive, it would certainly negate any litigation that may come from this in the future, or individuals who decide that, no, the sidewalk is going to be unsafe, and so I'm going to come and say, I don't want it, I don't want it. Well, we've got other residents that do want it. So I think it would be best to just have our background information available to us so that if anybody ever calls to question how they dealt with things, that we did it in an environmentally protective method. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember McCune.
Yeah, I'm following Councilmember Dodwell's steps in this as well. So I just had a couple follow-ups from what Councilmember McCutcheon had brought up on the same matter. Was one, was there a standard, or do we have a process in which we need to follow for these specific properties, which you said you would get back on? But even if we conduct the borings, which I'm in favor of, are we disturbing the water and the soil, or specifically the water and the downflow? I think Joe Vunich had addressed this with the residents in the past. And again, there's so much information. I just want to make sure if we do the borings, are we disturbing the ground so much that we're going to contaminate the water as well after doing the borings? So that's one of my concerns. So if we go that route, how do we pick up from there to go forward without causing a big public concern? And I think the residents should be made aware of this, because it was my understanding that maybe they don't know exactly what's going on, and I'd like to involve them as well.
I don't think the borings go to the depth of water disturbance, but we're not even to the point yet of the issue of borings, because based on what we just decided with Rick, he's going to determine from the geophysical surveyors whether the borings are actually even necessary in the first place. And then if they are, which I don't think they are, but if they are, then we can cross that bridge.
Yeah, I thought I saw there it was going to go 35 feet if they do the boring. So it was already determined which would be groundwater. It would disturb water. It was in the report.
I'd like to have a well 35 feet deep, but anyway, we don't need to, we may not even do the borings at this point.
Okay.
But we're going to decide that and hear back.
Okay, yeah, because the pressure from the public is kind of hard sitting here now, and that's what we're here for. So I just want to make sure that we're really taking this slow and we're understanding it. So thank you, Councilmember Dodwell, for bringing that up as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Edens.
Sorry about that. I had a question on the Rural Internet Access Committee update. Have we approached the County Council to see if we can use any of the CARES funding for expansion of internet as necessitated as an emergency due to COVID and working from home and schools?
Well, we have not, but that is on the list, however, of potential to-dos. However, as you're going to hear later this evening of the mid-year budget, we may have other things that run ahead of that on a general fund basis rather than a capital expenditure, as internet would be. And it's a needed matter, but at the moment we have a negative with respect to general funds that the CARES funds may be needed to take the place of. So we'll come to that if you could just hold that until we get to the budget item in the main meeting of the council.
So it wouldn't hurt to apply for as much as we can, and if we're turned down. My second question was, in the past, I know we've had the camera on and I noticed it's not. So maybe we're just recording Zoom and that's sufficient. But I know the last in-person meetings, do we need it on?
I defer to the city administrator as to whether your question is whether it's being live streamed, is that?
Well, yes. I'm just wondering why, like, the last couple of times we've had a meeting here, we've had to make sure that the camera is rotated and turned off to go into closed session. I noticed it's already turned off, so I thought maybe it was forgotten about, but perhaps recording it on Zoom is plenty.
Yeah, we stream our meetings to YouTube and through our website, but the cameras in the room are really just to display the logo on the screen behind us. There's no actual live broadcast from these cameras.
Okay. Even when public speakers come up, then we moved a camera there.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, that
All right.
used to be the situation when we were not on Zoom. Correct.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Right. Any other question from any council member on any item of an informational nature before we go to action? All right, seeing none, moving into action items, we have three. The first is playground areas. Joe Vinich, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, as I'm sure you're all aware, the City of Wildwood closed all of its playground facilities around mid-March of 2020 due to executive orders issued by St. Louis County relative to COVID-19 coronavirus. The playgrounds have stayed closed during that entire period and have been isolated by construction fencing and other methods to ensure that the restriction is adhered to by users. At the last Planning and Parks Committee meeting, the Department of Planning and Parks offered that there was a desire to try to open the playground facilities before Labor Day weekend. The Superintendent of Parks and Recreation and others in the department spent a great deal of time working with St. Louis County, trying to determine how best to approach that. And ultimately, we received a great amount of information from St. Louis County about other communities and what they're doing. And tonight, what the department is presenting to you is the minimal that it appears from its research is being done by other communities that have opened their playground facilities. And principally, that is a sanitization of the playground facilities at least once a week. And others are doing it on a more frequent basis during any given week. Some aren't doing it at all. We've heard from communities in St. Charles County where they just post a sign and say non-sanitized, enter at your own risk. But here in St. Louis County, most have tried to sanitize the facilities at least once a week, provide information about the sanitization schedule, and then also some have posted signs. The Superintendent of Parks and Recreation and I began the process of trying to find out how much does sanitization cost, and we were able to contact two providers. That information is part of the letter that's been provided in support of this item on tonight's agenda. As you can see, it's not inexpensive to sanitize playground facilities, but that cost is inclusive of all 4 park properties owned by the City of Wildwood that have playgrounds associated with them. Those would be Anniversary Park, Old Pond School Park, Glencoe City Park, and of course, Community Park. Of the 2 proposals, Public Water Closet was the least expensive and a company that the city currently utilizes to maintain all of its restroom facilities in all of the parks, as well as the temporary facilities that we have at all of our events. So it is a known quantity. However, as with many things with COVID-19, money for this particular sanitization has not been budgeted, and certainly would be an expensive proposition, not knowing when sanitization might necessarily need to end or can end with a vaccine or some kind of other change. Finally, we've been told by both providers of this service that for all intents and purposes, they sanitize it, and if someone comes and they have COVID-19 or anything else, it's pretty much contaminated from that point forward. So they recommend that the equipment is sanitized, let it dry for 30 minutes, and then at 31 minutes, it could be a problem again. So the Department of Planning is offering this information to City Council for direction. The playgrounds are an integral part of each of the parks where they're located. Our residents miss them, particularly Community Park, the one we hear the most about. But again, we have not budgeted funds for this. I don't know if we would be reimbursed if we spent the funds from some type of government program from St. Louis County, the state of Missouri, or the federal government. But tonight, the department is seeking direction, and both Sam Anselm, our city administrator, and I are available for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So relative to action from the city council, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, it would either be that we keep the playgrounds closed as is, or we move them to an open status. And if the city decides to open them, then do we engage in sanitizing them with one or the other of the bids that you've indicated here this evening? Is that essentially the choices for the council? Or are those essentially the choices for the council?
Yes, sir. With just, the department would recommend if we do go in the direction of sanitizing, just doing it once a week.
To do it once a week?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So generally, council members, we have a lot of discussion, and then we eventually get to a motion. We've got a fairly filled agenda this evening for work session. Some items that I think are going to take time. So presumably we've all read Joe's material, and of course we've heard what he had to say. So I think on this one, I'll ask for a motion to get the debate started. So would someone like to make the motion? Councilmember Garetano?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will go ahead and make a motion, and certainly we could discuss, but just to get the motion on the table, a motion to proceed with engaging Portable Water Closet for the sanitization of the city's playgrounds so that they can be reopened to the public.
And that would include on a weekly basis, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that was the recommendation by the department and the quote there.
And Joe, that bid is for doing that on a weekly basis, I take it?
Just over $300.
Yep, okay. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilmember Clark. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Dodwell.
Yes, I appreciate what you said at the end of your comments, Joe, in that all it would take would be one more person to come along and not be careful about where they're at in their potential risk for COVID and infect other people immediately thereafter. I would prefer that rather than go to the expenditure of doing a weekly cleaning, that we look at setting up appropriate signage. I've heard from 3 different residents in my ward who indicated, and one of them luckily did send me an email reply that said, I'm responsible for my children. I should be responsible for cleaning anything that I am concerned about. I should be responsible for cleaning them up after we leave the playground. And I know that we would be taking our own risk on this effort, and I would not hold the city at fault for anything that's going on. Now, that's a great citizen, and so I guess I would just assume we put up signage that indicates that the city will not be taking responsibility for the cleanliness of the equipment, and if parents want to use the equipment, they are allowed to do so, but at their own risk. So I'm putting that motion forward, but.
So speaking, Councilor Dodwell in favor of the motion, but with an amendment that we put.
With an amendment that we do not go to the expense of cleaning, because that's only going to last until the next person touches something.
Councilor Garetano, was that included in your motion?
Well, my motion did include cleaning, but I did want to make a comment that may be a sort of a hybrid approach.
Okay.
So if you would allow me to just express that, we may end up with a slightly different motion. So the interest of opening up the playgrounds, I think, is very consistent. And the city, including the state, Babler has opened their area, puts us in a difficult situation because we remain closed while the surrounding communities are open.
Mhm.
And so the question is, why is Wildwood different than the rest of these other cities? Now, I asked that question at the last coffee with the mayor, and it was because of the sanitization question. So maybe the option, if we could consider, is we are looking at, for now, budgeting for the remainder of this year.
Mhm.
And we have the peak season of using these playgrounds. The weather's getting cooler, not as bad. It's good. But we're looking at basically September, October, maybe probably November. So if we were to look at cleaning them through the end of the year every week, it's about $4,700, rough estimate. But if we were to compromise and say, well, we know they're going to get the most usage while the weather's somewhat decent, maybe we don't clean them in December, and that's when we go to that more of you're at your own risk, because the usage may be so minimal that we're cleaning for hardly no reason. Plus, I don't know how they'll clean it if it potentially freezes. So I don't know what the method is if they're pressure washing. I know the other one was pressure washing by name. So if anything, we could do a compromise and we cut the cost in half, and at least we know when they're getting used now while the weather's still nice. It may only end up costing the city about $2,300.
And this is for city attorney. What risk do we hold if we do clean them once a month, but then somebody comes in 2 weeks later or once a week, and they come in on Wednesday and we clean them on Monday? How do we keep ourselves held harmless?
Councilmember, that's not really a question that would be appropriate for me to answer in a public setting, but I'm happy to discuss that with you privately and also with the city team.
Okay, so we got some hands up here to kind of get the motion in play and with the agreement of the council. So let's do it this way. Councilmember Clark, you heard Councilmember Garetano's recharacterization of the motion, which was to do the cleaning through the end of the year, basically. Is that correct, Joe? And then thereafter go to notice what I want to get your.
I was envisioning at least through the end of November. I don't know how much playground usage takes place in the month of December with the holidays, but I think at least through Thanksgiving, people are out and using them. If we have some data on that that can help us answer that question.
I think you're right on. And so would that be with or without any notice to the people, that we posted to playground?
Well, I believe if we were to do cleaning, we would still probably want to put a notice anyway, just for making people aware that these playgrounds are cleaned at a certain basis. And then it is, I think, whatever advice we'll get from the city attorney on how to put that language.
And so it includes cleaning as well, correct?
Yeah, partially cleaning through the end of November.
You were the second of the motion. Councilmember Clark, are you okay with that? Okay. Councilmember Dodwell, are you okay with that? Okay. The motion once made is in the possession of the council. So now we'll go to the full council. Does any member of the council have any objection to the motion being restated as it currently is? There's no objection. That'll be the main motion, and we'll go forward with that. Any objection? Not a comment on the, you object to the motion, Councilmember McCune? Okay, so there's an objection. So what we're going to need to do is have a debate on the motion. And if you want to try to amend the motion as it was, so your motion originally was to do it under the contract for a year. Is that correct, Councilmember Garetano? I think that's what it was.
I think I'm mute. the way I stated the motion was the assumption that it'd be through the end of the year, but however, again, I've shared the comments that if we either at least forecast through the end of November and revisit, maybe we can do that. But we know that playgrounds are going to be used.
Would
for
you
the
like
fall.
to state your motion as an amendment, since we're going to have to formally go through the process? You can do that if you want to amend.
So
your
I'll make
motion.
that amendment that the motion would be for the cleaning services of portable water closet through the end of November.
Okay, is there a second to the amendment? Second by Councilmember Clark. So debate is now on the amendment. Next I have is Councilmember McCutcheon.
Yeah, so I think the
Compromise is to maybe just open the community park. And that would assist us with our budget, but it would still give families access to a playground.
Councilmember Rambo.
I think kids are going to get sanitation or not, and I think Councilmember Dodwell was right in questioning, I guess, the efficacy or the utility of cleaning, because if it gets unsanitary again in 31 minutes and we're only doing it once a week, why are we really spending that money? And so I would ask our resident expert to weigh in on how long this actually lives on surfaces, and whether there's some residual antibiotic effect of this cleaning, or if it reduces a layer of the the virus, or just what we're really doing here, because there's no sense in spending money for show. We should spend it only if it's actually going to get us some child safety.
So we have some other council members on the list, but without objection, Councilmember Remy, would you like to comment on the efficacy of the proposal before the council? Do we need our microphone? We don't need the microphone.
No microphone, sir?
Yes, we don't need microphone.
Sure. Okay, let me make sure you can hear me here.
Just on.
So I'll answer your question, Councilmember Rambo, and unfortunately, I'm going to have a dissenting opinion to the consideration. So I am all for getting kids into sports and to putting them on playgrounds when safe. The difficulty is that currently the best knowledge that we have about COVID is that it can last on surfaces, metal, plastic, cardboards, from 5 to 72 hours. And the problem is that cleaning it once a week is going to be suboptimal. And so unfortunately, I understand the concept of people saying, well, then why do it at all? I would argue that why open it at all if in fact we're going to potentially put people at risk going into the respiratory viral season, where respiratory secretions are naturally going to be higher going into the next couple weeks. So although I would love to have my children get out onto the playground, the unfortunate part is even the CDC recommendations are playgrounds could be safe if unfortunately you took the necessary precautions, which include frequent cleaning. Now, COVID or SARS-CoV-2 virus is certainly killed by ultraviolet rays, but ultraviolet rays over time. And so as you get into having less sunlight, that phenomenon is going to be less apparent. So unfortunately, unless we're going to clean it more than once a week, I can't support this at all.
Council. Councilor McCune, did you?
Okay, I think that I second exactly what you said, Councilmember Rainbow, and I also like the idea of what Councilmember Remy did, but I also commend you, also Caratano. I like the idea, but we're going into the fall season. We don't have that much more time. I think using, yeah, it's a small amount of money, but I agree. If it's like Joe Boone said, 31 minutes, it's contaminated again. I just don't know if I could sit comfortably. But then again, you look at the exposure in legal. I know that Attorney Young has said this, and me being illegal, there's really no way to really state where you got it from. I don't think there's going to be any legal thing that's going to say, yep, I contracted it from Community Park. So weigh in legal versus public health. I think that just, why not just be safe? So that's kind of where I was. I wasn't objecting to you. I just wanted to kind of amend it because I don't think spending that money is going to do us much good, but I like the idea. So.
Councilor Bertolino.
I'll pass. Councilmember Remy answered my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Galani.
I would just state that I respect what Councilmember Remy said and what everybody's contributed. I would lean more to agreeing with Councilmember Dodwell regarding the fact that it should be, the playgrounds are part of the city's services for residents to enjoy, and I think it's up to the residents to make the determination on what is or isn't safe for them or their families. I think there's still so many unknowns with this disease and what it does and what it doesn't do and who's susceptible and who's not. It's my opinion that, you know, the government's already taken significant steps into interfering with people's ability to do what they want to do and what they need to do. And I think people should be able to make their own choice. And with so many things being open and available, kids can play on playgrounds in their backyard with other kids and neighbors. They play sports, they go to school. They should have the ability to play on the playground if they want to and if their parents find it to be safe. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Edens.
I would just say leave it closed only because the reality is that if we have a sign up, use at your own risk, which I like, people are not going to wipe down the equipment before or after. That's just a reality. I mean, we have great citizens that are concerned, that are willing to do that. We've also got people all over the country that forget about their kids in hot cars and their dogs and don't believe in precautionary measures already in their everyday life. So since flu season's coming up, I think there's two options: either keep it closed or to put a sign up that says use at your own risk. I lean towards leaving it closed, and so I'll vote against the main motion.
Councilmember Tony.
We don't need the mic, right? Okay. So I'm kind of going along. I'm not going to be able to support this. I mean, especially, I mean, to spend money for 30 minutes a week is just nothing but a waste of money. But to me, it's not even, I mean, it's obviously not a legal issue, which is good, but to me, it's as much of an ethical issue. I mean, if we open the parks, the perception is reality, and the perception is it's going to be okay. And that's the part that I'm just not going to be able to support. You can put signs up, but I didn't see the sign or the sign got torn down, but I'm not going to be able to support this. I feel bad for all the kids and the parents and the families that aren't able to go to these wonderful parks that we have and being able to use them. But it just, I think they understand why they're not being able to use them also. And it's an inconvenience, but I think they understand it.
Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, you know, there's so many good suggestions or opinions that are coming out of this, and this is a tough one because there's so much good on both sides of this. But I've been tutoring some kids just because they can't deal with the virtual learning. And I see these little kids inside their houses with so many other little kids coming over and playing, and they're inside. And maybe all of us wouldn't do that. And maybe all the people you know wouldn't do that. But there's a lot of kids that still want to play together. So they're getting together inside. And I see this as a way to get them outside and maybe farther apart.
Councilmember Remy.
So, if you want to do this and you want to do this more safely, can't say it's 100%. You might be better actually purchasing large jugs of hand sanitizer and requiring everyone when they enter that they have to have hand sanitizer, that children have to wear masks during playtime, and that they have to hand sanitize on the way out, because that's how you get the spread. In essence, if you will, with a mask, you'll be able to protect against droplets being expelled. And the reason I say that is because it's common practice that individuals think that if kids are on a playground that they can take their masks off, and the natural instinct for kids is they're going to run, they're going to cough, they're going to touch their face, they're going to touch their hands, they're going to touch surfaces. If you start with clean hands to start with, and you've got a mask on, even if you touch your face, it's covered by cloth, and you're not going to recontaminate your hands. And then that would be, in my mind, the better expenditure if you were going to go in this approach, because I would just get huge jugs and just say masks distancing, and hand hygiene. Those three measures, if those were practiced, would definitely mitigate at least your playground transmission. And that's what every major public health expert would tell you at this point. Although I think cleaning is a great idea. The problem is I agree with Councilmember Bartoni. I think we're fooling ourselves that cleaning it once a week is actually doing anything but spending money. And so I would actually take the necessary precautions if we were going to move in this direction ethically.
Yeah, the report over here, and I'm basing it on what I'm reading here in the report, is that it's recommending on a weekly schedule. However, it sounds like that a weekly schedule is not a realistic cleaning schedule. So therefore, I'm not sure how we landed with a week on this report. Maybe this is a question that we can get answered by Director Vunich, because I read that there were some other cities that are cleaning on a range from daily to weekly. So other cities are doing this, cleaning in order to open up the playgrounds. But why did we land then on a weekly if it's not a realistic solution to combat the virus?
Well, from the
Do you want
perspective,
to comment to that?
pardon me, Mayor. Yes, sir. From the perspective of the department, that was the feeling we received from a number of different communities, that was the minimum that they felt acceptable. And again, knowing the cost, we just didn't want to offer daily or even, let's say, 3 or 4 times per week. So from that perspective, we thought the minimum would be satisfactory. We have signs that would advise that it's still at your own risk. We would post that it's being sanitized once a week. And to Dr. Remy's comments, Public Water Closet does offer a service of hand sanitizers, and it's $100 a week.
All right, well, then maybe that might be a more viable solution for us if that provides some level of safety, because the weekly just may not cut it for us. Thank you. So with that, I don't feel good about the motion anymore, knowing this new information.
You can amend it to that effect if you want.
Well, I think it'd be easier to just start clean if I can
Okay,
withdraw
that's
it. And
So we have a request from the maker of the motion to withdraw the motion. Since it is in the possession of the council, does any member of the council object to the withdrawal of the motion? If you object, we'll need to continue and have a vote on it. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, the motion is withdrawn. Councilmember Rambo, your hand was up, but now that the motion's been withdrawn, do you still want to speak, or?
No, I just wanted to say that I would love to let the kids play. I don't think Councilmember Remy's suggestion is practical because of the parents that wouldn't comply. They wouldn't make their kids wear masks because they don't need them, and they don't, they just don't believe in this whole thing. So I think we either decide not to do it at all, or we, clean every 30 minutes. I don't see a lot of gray area.
So there's no motion to open the parks will stay closed, or the playgrounds and related equipment, they will stay closed. So is there another motion? Councilmember Dodwell?
I don't need that anymore. I would like to make a motion that we open the playgrounds only at Community Park, that we put up 4 sanitizing stations around the playground, that we check those on a 48-hour basis to ensure that we have enough product available, and that we develop and put up signage that indicates that use of the park equipment is the responsibility of the individuals using it, or whatever legal terminology that our city administrator would like to put on that sign.
And maybe along with encouraging the use of the sanitizer.
Use of sanitizers, use of your mask,
Okay.
use of safe distancing, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilmember Gross. Okay, so the motion is on the floor. Discussion on the motion, Councilmember Garetano.
all right, thank you. Well, I like the motion. I appreciate it. And I think that we're heading in the right direction, but I just question why just one park and not Glencoe Anniversary Park. If that, I think, gives us all the playgrounds and pond. Do we need to have all 4 hand sanitizer stations at the park there? Are they all going to be used at the same time? Or can we split those up and put them in other parks that would allow us to open? Maybe the Department of Parks has a recommendation on that.
Joe, could you give us the cost of doing what Councilmember Dodwell has proposed relative to community park? And I understand you don't have an exact bid for this, but just presumably, but a rough idea of the cost for community park only, as well as a cost for all the city parks. And Councilmember Dodwell, was your motion for, did it have an end date on it? I mean, did you intend like through November as was originally discussed, or just in perpetuity? Okay, is there any objection from any member of the council, that being the motion on the floor, through the end of November? Seeing no objection, Joe, do you have a monthly cost for those 2 options?
Yes, in the bid from Public Water Closet, they say we recommend 6 sanitizers, 6 hand sanitizer stands to be placed around the park, and that's at $100 a month.
Per park?
Per park.
Okay. So the total cost to do all the parks would be what per month?
About $400, sir.
$400 a month versus $100 a month. Okay. But the motion on the floor is only for the community park. Unless that's amended, that's what the motion stays. Councilmember Edens?
So, hear me out. I thought about a way to amend this. So, we know what the most practical solution is health-wise and with contamination, and that, as Dr. Remy suggested, sanitizing on the way in, sanitizing on the way out, kids wearing masks. We also know that the other issue is compliance. So we're trying to make it safe. We're trying to make sure there's compliance because we want kids outdoors, but we're balancing that with a logical approach of keeping the parks closed. What if the parks were closed Monday through Thursday? We paid someone minimum wage Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for, quote, park playground hours to be the watcher and enforcer of a mask policy and a sanitization policy. Just throwing, is that something we could do? And that might come out, that would definitely come out, I think, cheaper than the cost of cleaning that we looked at originally.
We could do that. That would need to be an amendment to the motion.
Well, I was hoping maybe, I don't have any numbers in front of me. I don't know what type of person we would employ. So I would want to postpone that until Joe came back with more information, if that was a viable option, if there's appetite for that from the council. I don't want to necessarily amend the motion, you think, without that information, right?
We can just see where the discussion goes and you can decide if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Or can I just I'll just make the motion now to postpone until the next work session and ask for Joe Vunich to look at that, if that's a viable option, to employ somebody part-time to keep the park open, community park, for 3 days.
So we have a motion to postpone this issue until the next council meeting as requested and for the reasons by Councilor Edens. Is there a second to the motion to postpone? Seconded by Councilor Bartoni. So discussion is now on the motion to postpone. Any discussion on the motion to postpone? Councilmember Bertolino, you had your hand up. Do you want to speak? Okay, Councilor Gaetano on postponement.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we could, sorry, I hear some reverb here. I'm hoping that we can have a solution this week rather than push this out another 2 weeks. And I think we're on the right path. Now, I do want to keep this tied to the motion. So therefore, I'm hopeful that we can get to a solution, and whether it's one or all parks, at least let's get the wheels moving on this.
Okay, so seeing no further hands. Oh, I'm sorry, who? Oh, Joe, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. So if you look at the proposal from Public Water Closet, they mentioned the hand sanitizer stands at $100 a month, and they're recommending 6 in Community Park. If you look at the other parks, they're saying per unit. which in this case, if that applies to community park, would be $600 a month. So I need to talk to Public Water Closet, because at $600 a month, I don't know if that's something the city council would continue to support.
Councilmember Galani.
Yeah, I would just, I don't know if the amendment or not. I agree with Joe, Councilmember Garitano, about trying to get this figured out tonight. If we're talking about opening these playgrounds, we're losing precious time of weather for these kids to be able to get out there and enjoy them. So delaying them any further, you're just taking away before it starts getting colder. Once again, I don't think it's a necessary expenditure for the city to spend any money on sanitizer or stands or any of this stuff, because we don't know the efficacy of it, or if it's going to have an impact, or who it would have an impact on and to what degree. But we know it's going to cost a lot of money. And in regards to compliance and requiring masks and all these things, we're not in a position to really have that being policed out there, in my opinion. So I think we put signs up, open all the parks, and let people decide what they want to do with their families. And to Councilmember Clark's suggestion earlier that kids should be outside rather than inside, I think that's 100% positive in this environment. So open up the parks, let the folks go out there, and if they want to take their kids and they can sanitize them, they can put masks, you can put suggestions on there for that. But making it a requirement and talking about compliance, I think just takes it to a level that's beyond our purview and, you know, what rights we have to do. So it's their right to use parks, let them use them.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is for postponement. If that fails, we come back to the motion for debate on the merits. If it passes, then it'll be passed to the next council meeting. Councilmember McCune on postponement.
So I just, maybe it's postponement, maybe not. Are we just hung up on the cost or just money, or are we on the ethical issue? So I just want to ask the
It's all
council
the above.
on this postponement, are we just, is it the money question or is it the ethical question?
Listening to the debate as chair, I would say it's all the above.
Because that's what I'm trying to come to the solution is your own risk, or are we worried about our money?
So are you for postponement or against postponement?
I'll postpone to see what it looks like. Sure.
Councilor Garitano.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I think having heard Joe just state that he needs to contact Portable Water Closet, I just don't think we have the data, the cost figures to be able to make a decision right now. So it's a bit of a change from what I just said, but hearing Joe just tell us that, I guess we're going to have to wait, unfortunately.
Councilor Bartoni.
Thank you. I have probably gotten more phone calls in the last 60 days than I've gotten in the last 5 years. And it's over a variety of things. I haven't had one phone call about opening parks. And it wasn't that long ago, we sat in here as a group and everybody was really happy because kids were outside riding their bikes, families were going on walks together, you know, with their wagon in the evening. And that's still going on. And we're not telling any of them they can't do that. So they can continue to do that. Kids are being, I think kids are outside, might not be outside as much now that school has started. And I feel sorry for them on the playgrounds, but it's been a long time since I've taken a little kid to a playground, but I don't remember any of them walking in a single file line behind their parents, waiting for instructions on when to jump on the equipment. So I think that just postponing this is the very least we can do. And I can't see even supporting this when we get to 2 weeks from now.
Councilor Edens.
Yeah, one thing for the postponement is, again, I want to reiterate that I did want to see the costs of what it would take to enforce the policy. And I do think that we can enforce it to answer Councilmember Kalani's statements because we also have the county regulations as well. But if you think about it, leaving it completely optional to parents, you're not the only family probably on that playground at the same time. So all it takes is one spreader that's asymptomatic, and you could be doing everything that you're right as a family. It's not like you can, no parent is going to be running back and forth disinfecting it after another kid slides down the slide right before their child does. There's just not a way to do that. So you're not the only family sharing a playground at the same time, but you may be the only family following the rules. So that's why I see it's either all or nothing.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is postponement, whether to postpone to the next council meeting. No further hands. Roll call vote. A yes vote is to postpone to the next council meeting. A no vote is to have the issue. Please call the roll for the motion to postpone.
Councilmember Garitano.
Yes.
Councilmember Flasher.
No.
Councilmember Vogt.
No.
Councilmember Bertolino.
No.
Councilmember Dodwell.
No.
Councilmember Nyan.
No.
Councilmember Bartoni.
Yes.
Councilmember Gross.
No.
Councilmember Clark.
No.
Councilmember Edens.
Yes.
Councilmember Remy.
No.
Councilmember Farmer.
No.
Councilmember Galani.
No.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Councilmember Rambo. Councilmember McCutcheon.
No.
Okay, so the motion to postpone fails. We're now back to the motion, which was, is to have the sanitizers placed at the community park through the end of November, along with a 48-hour check and signage relative to wearing of mask and engaging with the sanitizer. That is the motion now on the floor. Councilmember Remy.
So the only thing I have in regards to this part is, and this is really difficult because it kind of goes against everything I believe in about policing our community members. But unfortunately, in a pandemic, you've got to maintain the tenants to be able to safely do things when there's a public health crisis. My only concern, and I think Councilmember Edens touched upon this and eloquently, is what are we going to do when parents don't have their children wearing masks in the park? That's the operative question, and I don't have an answer for that. You know, I know in helping a lot of schools get back up and running, and they've actually been running successfully, that's a requirement. In fact, if a child doesn't wear a mask, they get sent home. So I'm just a little bit perturbed in this situation of where we go with this. And I appreciate Councilmember Galani's comments about letting parents decide, but in a pandemic, I think we're in a different circumstance at the moment. And I just don't know what to do, because if you get large crowds of kids showing up at a playground and none of them are wearing masks, they're using our community's property, that's the citizens, but also the city of Wildwood's regulating that property. And I think that unfortunately, that's the predicament we're at. So if I can hear maybe a good way that we could make sure that people are abiding and following these rules, I could support this.
Well, I mean, I think you've answered your own question. I don't think we as a city can practically, and I haven't even gotten to the legal stuff of policing it. So it would be basically we do our part and then the residents would need to, it would be an honor system. Okay, so we've had a lot of discussion on this and we got other things. So without objection, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on the motion. Yes vote is to support the motion and no vote. If the motion fails, we'll come back to a clean slate. Councilmember Flasher.
Can we have a re-statement of what the motion is?
So the motion, sure. So the motion is to have four sanitizing stations placed at the city's community park only, none of the other parks, along with a 48-hour check to replenish those and signage to remind residents with their children that they should use the sanitizer before and after and wear face masks and engage in social distancing while using the equipment. Roll call vote as to the motion, please.
Councilmember Flasher.
No.
Councilmember Vogt.
No.
Hear the vote.
No.
Councilmember Vogt.
No.
Councilmember Bertolino.
No.
Councilmember Dodwell.
Yes.
Councilmember Nyan.
Just a moment. We need to observe social distancing, ladies and gentlemen. In the audience, social distancing, please, 6 feet. Okay, go ahead, please.
Councilmember Nyan.
Yes.
Councilmember Bartoni.
No.
Councilmember Brooks,
No.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Eden,
No.
Councilmember Remy,
Abstain.
Councilmember Farmer,
No.
Councilmember Malani,
Abstain.
Councilmember McCune,
No.
Councilmember Rambo, Councilmember Hudson, Councilmember Garitano.
No.
Okay, so we are now back to clean slate. If there's no other motion, we'll go to the next item, and the playground equipment at all parks will remain closed. Councilmember Fleischer.
I'd like to make the motion to open the parks with signage and just with signage.
Okay, we have a motion to open the park with signage only, as indicated earlier, relative to wearing of masks and social distancing, correct?
Recommended that we wear masks, but no sanitizing stations or anything, just the signs.
Seconded by Councilmember Gawad. Any discussion on the motion? We've had a lot of discussion. Councilmember Bartone.
So we would open up the parks with a sign, but no sanitizing stations?
Open up the playground.
Playgrounds.
At the parks with signage, but no sanitizing.
With a sign and no sanitizing stations?
That's the motion.
Okey-doke.
Okay, Councilmember Garitano.
So I would like to support it, but with the option of having some hand sanitizer at least at each park. And at least there is something there that people can use if they wish to try to minimize the spread.
Okay, then you would need to make
We're going from one extreme to the other extreme now.
Then
And
you can amend the motion if you wish to do.
well, I would have to defer to, or let me ask Mr. Vunich what his recommendation is of how many hand sanitizers does he need in order to open up the parks?
The playground equipment.
Playgrounds, yes, you're correct.
Mr. Vinich.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, Public Water Closet has a recommendation as part of each of their proposals for the 4 playground areas. I would start with that. If we can minimize it and still be safe, that's what I will depend on Public Water Closet to tell me, as well as the St. Louis County Department of Public Health.
Fair enough. So with that, I'll make the amendment to go with the recommendation as Mr. Vunich just stated right now to include hand sanitizer in the parks. And then at Mr. Vunich's discretion, adjust it, minimize it to make sure that we're providing enough, but not any more than that's needed.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilmember Fleischer. Given that Councilmember Fleischer has seconded the motion, I would ask the council, this doesn't mean you're going to vote in favor of the motion. I'm just asking if it would be acceptable, given that this motion is now in the possession of the full council, would there be any objection to the motion on the floor now being that all parks be opened and that they have sanitizer and signage?
Mayor, I just have a question. Just a question.
Excuse me, can you please put the chair back? That's actually for a councilor. There are other chairs in the back. He may show up. We don't know that. So if there are other chairs back there, that's actually for the council. Thank you. Councilor McCune.
So I guess my question is it goes back to Mr. Garitano. Do we know the cost that we're voting on for the sanitation, or did Joe Vunich need to go back and get that squared away? I just want to know we know what the cost we're voting on, yes.
If you don't mind, I'm going to ask Joe to see if he has. Joe, give us a rough idea of what the cost would be for that.
For 3 of the proposals for sanitizing stations in 3 of the parks, it's shown at $100 per month per unit. So for each of the parks, it'll probably be about $200, except Community Park. And that's the one where they didn't put the per unit component. So I just need to check with them but my guess is it'll be somewhere in that range of $300 to $400.
A total cost per month of what, Joe?
About $1,000 a month then.
Okay.
So can you do the motion not to exceed? So if it does go over that, so you understand what kind of money you're spending? I'm just questioning because I don't want to make a legislation without knowing what money you're voting on.
I would, that's up to the council, but I think he said 1,000, it's 1,000, and that's what as long as the council approves that with the information from Joe, that's what it would be.
I can't hear you, Katie. Can't hear you.
Councilmember Dodwell.
Sorry. If you look at the proposals, at the bottom of each of the parks specifically, it tells you how many hand sanitizer stands are going to be placed in each park. The price is still $100 per month, whether it's 6 hand sanitizer stations in Community Park or whether it is 2 hand sanitizers at Anniversary Park or whatever. So it looks like they are proposing $100 per month per unit. So take that number times 100 and that's the total. Yeah.
Councilmember Fleischer, thanks for your patience.
Yeah. Kind of like you just told us is that they either $100 per unit or $100 per park. Oh, sorry.
Sounds like it was $100 per unit or $100 per park. Either way, it wasn't going to exceed $100 per unit. And Ms. Dodwell made that pretty clear right there. So I think having a hand sanitizer station available is more than reasonable. But in my motion, not mandatory to use.
But you're comfortable, since you seconded the amendment, with it being part of the motion, correct?
I am very comfortable with there being hand sanitizer available at every park, yes.
And so I just want to make sure before we go on that since it's now in the possession of the council, no member of the council, again, doesn't mean you're going to vote for it, has an issue with the motion on the floor being that the playground equipment at all parks are opened with the notice and hand sanitizer at a cost not to exceed $1,000 per month. Any objection to that being the motion?
Just a point of order with that, the motion.
What is the point of
It
order?
includes also that masks are required.
It does not.
It does not.
No. Okay. Roll call vote on the motion, please.
Councilmember Bode?
No.
Councilmember Bertolino?
No.
Councilmember
Dodwell,
No.
Councilmember Nian,
No.
Councilmember Bartoni,
No.
Councilmember Gross,
No.
Councilmember Clark,
No.
Councilmember Edens,
No.
Councilmember Reed,
No.
Councilmember Farmer,
No.
Councilmember Galani,
Yes.
Councilmember McCune,
No.
Councilmember,
No.
Councilmember Hutton,
No.
Councilmember Garitano,
Can I get clarity on it? This is the motion to open the parks with hand sanitizer?
The playground equipment.
Playgrounds, yes.
With hand sanitizer and notice.
Yes.
Councilmember Fleischer,
Yes.
Okay, the motion fails, and I think with that, I'm not aware of there being a scenario, given all the discussion, where the playground equipment would be open, but if you want to make a motion, give that a try. All right, seeing none, it's now 7:00. Councilmember Remy.
I'd be happy to make a motion to come back to this at the next council meeting and provide scenarios that I can hopefully add some scientific merit to.
So why don't we do that? Why don't we, without objection, we'll just add that to the agenda. I'll add it to the agenda at the next council meeting, Joe Vinich. And if you would like to reach out to Councilmember Remy, Councilmember Fleischer, and others who have made motions and expressed opinions this evening prior to that time, subject to sunshine law request or rules, of course, and come back with potentially a recommendation at that point. What is your point of order, Council?
As much as I wanted to do that, when I made the motion to postpone to the next meeting, that motion failed. So I don't think we can come back the next meeting. I think we have to come back the following meeting.
Well, your motion to postpone related to a specific motion, but if, to your point, that's okay. It's a technical point. So let's do it this way. Is there any objection to this being on the next agenda with some recommendation that would be developed up or down by our director of planning? And if there is, we can vote on it because I want to be fair for everybody. Is there any objection? Are you objecting?
I'm not.
Okay, so I'm just asking for objections right now. So are there any objections? All right, so seeing none, it will be on the agenda for the next meeting. Councilman Remy, anything further? Okay, so we're now, we made it through one of our three items. I thought having a motion ahead of time would help, but I think I'm gonna have to revisit that. So, all right, thanks for all the conversation. Good conversation on a difficult issue. I would ask at this point, we have a motion to adjourn the work session so we can convene the main meeting. And then after the main meeting, we will begin the completion of the work session. Made by Councilmember Remy, seconded by Councilmember McCune to recess. Any objection to the motion to recess? Seeing no objection, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back, and it will be no more than 5 minutes, and we'll come back for the main meeting of the council. Well, if it's any consolation. Right, good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting for the City Council for the City of Wildwood for Monday, September 14, 2020. Ms. Elder, please call the roll.
Mayor Boland,
Here.
Councilmember Garitano,
Here.
Councilmember Flasher,
Here.
Councilmember Boat,
Present.
Councilmember Bertolino, Councilmember Dodwell,
Here.
Councilmember Nyan,
Here.
Councilmember Bartoni,
Here.
Councilmember Gross,
Here.
Councilmember Clark,
Here.
Councilmember Edens,
Here.
Councilmember Remy,
Present.
Councilmember Farmer,
Here.
Councilmember Malani,
Here.
Councilmember McCune,
Here.
Councilmember Rainbow, Councilmember Chin,
Here.
Okay, thank you. And I want to welcome everyone to the meeting this evening, and particularly those of you that are with us in the audience and joining us by Zoom. For those of you who are comfortably able, if you would please stand with me to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the council's August 10, 2020 and closed session and 2024 work session and regular meeting. If there are any questions?
Mayor Boland, this is only approving the August 24th minutes.
I'm sorry.
This is only approving the August 24th minutes. I haven't distributed the August 10th minutes.
Okay, well, that's on the agenda, so we'll need to do that at some other point then. Okay, so this is just for the August 24, 2020 work session and regular meeting. Any comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Motion to approve by Councilmember McCutcheon, seconded by Councilmember Bartoni. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Moving next to public participation. This is a valuable component of our meeting. Public comment will occur during tonight's City Council meeting. As you know, it's on the agenda. Anyone wishing to speak must indicate they would like to do so by using your raising your hand or using the raise hand feature on Zoom, or completing a card if you're here in the audience with us this evening. When your name is called, please state your name and your ward. To ensure that all who wish to speak have the opportunity to do so, there is a 5-minute time limitation, and I will let you know when the time limit is reached. If you have any questions for us, please mention that during your remarks and identify the official you would like to respond. That official will make note of it, and at the conclusion of public participation, any official who chooses to respond will have 3 minutes to do so as to all questions directed to that official. The official may choose to respond to your questions after tonight's meeting, and we may also post any responses on the City Council page of our website. And finally, please be respectful to others in making your remarks. This means that interrupting others and using profane and abusive language are prohibited, and I want to thank everyone in advance for following these. First speaker card, please.
Steve, comment on the archaeological survey.
Steve Taylor, Ward 4. Nice to see you guys. Thanks for the opportunity to make a few short comments. It's really great watching you guys with your cool, calm deliberation and getting through the business. Really nice to see. Yeah, I just wanted to make a short remark. I'm not really necessarily asking for action on any particular agenda item or anything. And but I'm an inveterate rock hound. So as Councilman Rambaud and I were talking once. It's a great place also to find arrowheads where they're really not touched by plows and stuff. Well, I was in one area just walking around, and I started to find a lot of blade cores and hematite, things which aren't from the area. And I contacted archaeologist Joe Harrell and sent him some images. And it's his belief that is probably from a mortuary, a Middle Woodland mortuary site. So a pretty substantial one. Now, exactly where it was, we will never know because the whole area was graded in the 80s. So there's not a lot of laws surrounding, archaeological preservation or just accounting. Right now, I think there's some cultural resource laws, according to the archaeologists, that if there's federal money, there can be funding for archaeological surveys. And none of these things stop construction. The only thing that would legally stop construction if the human bones were found, and only long enough to have them removed. And I think it's the Osage tribe that repatriates those remains here. So there's a lot of sites and a lot of cultural history in Wildwood. We're in the Bonham Archaeological District. There's mounds within the borders of Wildwood. People been in this region 20,000 years. Some people say, Dr. or archaeologist Harrell, definitely 13,000 years. Looking into these sites or potential sites doesn't stop construction. There was a Mastodon kill site right across from Potts Park. The developer said, hey, come in and look, because people had found things, kind of like this. And there were, technology. So the developer said, come in and look. So they came in, they looked, they found Clovis blades, they found Mastodon bones. They took the information, recorded the information, and then they built the subdivision, right? We have the Dampier site in Chesterfield, which was contemporaneous with the Mississippian culture. It's sort of like, Cahokia Mountains, it's got a temple, got a market, didn't stop construction. I asked Dr. Harrell how much it would cost to do a survey of something like the reserves. And he said it was $3,000. I know money is tight. You won't get federal money for the reserves, but my question is, or my suggestion is there a way, maybe, I think it would be like $300 per house, just to do a survey, see what's there, see if you find material like this, hematite, record it, pottery, record it. Things that just look like rocks to most of us can have cultural significance. It can help us build the understanding of what was here first. The original founders, let's say. So I'm just throwing it out there, and thank you for the ability to comment.
Thank you. Next speaker card, please.
Next speaker card I have is Ken Remy speaking on the Watershed Erosion Task Force.
Ken Remy, 2148 Wildwood Meadows Court, Wildwood, Missouri, Ward 3. I just wanted to connect and just touch with everyone today a little bit about the event that we had, as everyone knows, last Saturday. So for those that are unaware, the city of Wildwood and all its different watersheds is currently enduring a major problem with erosion. We have major issues specifically with flood, stormwater drainage, and we've seen eroding of our creeks, specifically into our private citizens' yards, with their decks falling into creeks at different locations, our infrastructure, and a number of other locations that are affecting our businesses that are unfortunately are going to have to be addressed in the upcoming years. That's a sad way to start my comments, which are hopefully going to be positive. So in that, the Erosion Task Force, which was formed almost 15 months ago, has been finding the different locations to triage where we're going to need to make some recommendations to attack this problem, create a master plan, and be able to move forward to try to fix these issues. We were fortunate over the past couple months to engage in a nice partnership with the New Horizons Greater St. Louis Area Council for Scouts, led by Mr. Ken McGowan and a number of other different troop leaders. And this past Saturday, we had over 90 total individuals over 6 hours with less than 20 per hour, maintaining all of the recommended social distancing, mask wearing, hand hygiene, temperature taking precautions that would be needed to have something of this level. And these scouts actually 2 days prior were treated to education by Mr. Rick Archeski and Dr. David Hammer on understanding soil erosion and the erosion problems facing our city. On Saturday, we went to Babbler Park, where this large group at different times, less than 20 people per hour, just want to keep saying that, we were able to do this in the pandemic. We're able to actually learn at looking at a real creek. And then from that, individually went off to look at detention basins throughout our city, and then documented areas where detention basins may have some problems. I just wanted to say a thank you to the individuals that participated on Saturday, including all of the different scouts. As mentioned, Mr. Ken McGowan, Mr. Mike Nagel, Mr. Rick Archeski, Dr. David Hammer, Mayor Jim Bolin, Councilmember Edens, Mr. Joe Vunich, Councilmember Garitano, and former Councilmember Steve Taylor. 6 troops, 371, 456, 567, 601, 627, and 677 participated. And I would just like to thank them all, because I think this is exactly the community that we love living in. This is its finest hour, where we've got children learning about their city, learning about ways to fix and help and participate and provide service, and a city that's excited to partner with them. And I think this is a great send-off as we move towards this community task force to engage, partner, and continue to build community. Thank you.
Next speaker card, please.
Next speaker card is Victoria Allen, wishing to comment on the overlay district, and I think it's a sidewalk. I apologize if that's incorrect.
Victoria Allen, is this on? Is this working? 1651 Idle Rock Farm Road, 63011. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Taylor. That was fascinating. I love that. And I'm going to be in touch with you because I am like a rock hound too. And that's very exciting. And so I'm really happy that something positive has come up at City Hall, because every time I come up here, it's for something horrible. And here I am again. First of all, apparently there were 2 public sessions on, 2 previous public sessions on this Bill 2571 and this 2569 about the overlay district. And I wasn't notified. Now, I used to receive notifications on these kinds of pieces of paper when we were having something important about our little community, of which there is a great deal that is very important. Now, those little things are comment cards. So instead of sending me notification that there is a public meeting about something so important and so potentially devastating to all of us, I had no idea. And I think it's wrong. And I don't know exactly what's going on and why the citizenry is not being included in these types of discussions. But this, we are talking about Superfund site. We are talking about over 1,000 barrels of contaminants, of carcinogens that were dumped and left to erode to then combine and create brown gelatinous material of which we don't know what it is. What did 2 carcinogens become that maybe are 10 that are combined? We talk about the geology of the area. We have a very porous geology. It cannot be cleaned up the way Russell Bliss dumped it. He just dumped it, and he'd give a couple of drunks $100 and send them off with a bunch of barrels to dump wherever. This is where we live. This is where I live. I have had the most stressful existence being here for the past 25 years, because just when I think my life is maybe coming back to normal, here you guys come wanting to do things that is ultimately going to side with the developer and not the citizen. And we've managed to kind of keep you guys in the loop, but now apparently we have a bunch of new people. Hello, and you have a lot to learn. That if you don't know about these properties, it behooves you to, if nothing else, Google the Bliss Ellisville site and read a few articles. This is extraordinarily dangerous. People have developed bizarre cancers. Children have died. We don't know how many adults have died because of exposure to this material. And if you're going to let somebody develop it, it's going to be exposed again. And people are going to be exposed. And just like COVID, and I was so happy to see you guys be interested in how to protect the citizens from COVID. But let me tell you something. We got a COVID here that's not going away, and it will be here long after COVID has evolved into something else. This whole proposition needs to be tabled until the citizens have a chance to try to decipher this legalese. And something else I wanted to tell you guys, as a physician, if you came into my office just to make a point, and I sent you to the cardiologist and he sent the report to me, I would just give you the report and say, well, here, you figure it out. Because that's exactly what you've done to the citizens. This is legalese. I don't understand this language. And for me to sit down and figure out what the hell you guys are talking about would take me weeks, maybe even longer. So I think it's very unfair that you present this material in this manner for the citizens. But that's if you even let the citizens know that this is going on at all. So you need to table this and put it aside until it can be dealt with, until we are comfortable as citizens that you new people have some understanding of what this property is about. This is the most toxic Superfund site in the state of Missouri. It is #1. There were originally only 52. Each state got to name one, and this was ours. And we live here, and it cannot be cleaned up. There's sewer gas or volatile organic compounds that are released constantly. Well, I could go on all night because I'm pretty riled up.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I was just letting you know that you, as a courtesy, were at your 5. So.
Yeah, well, I will be absolutely shocked if you guys proceed with this and with this coring study of the sidewalk business. It just is unnecessary. And also, Mayor, with all due respect, that's a very big responsibility for you to want to take on all the responsibility of that company that is going to do the testing. That should not be something that is solely one person's jurisdiction. We don't know who these people are. You maybe know who they are, but anyway, that needs to be, a multitude of people need to be involved. Thank you.
Next speaker card, please.
Niall Stevens is wishing to comment on the 25th anniversary.
Hello. Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor and everyone else in the audience here tonight. I just want to take my 5 minutes to share some thoughts from one of the original Wildwoodians on the 25th birthday for the city of Wildwood. And this is from a couple different emails, so I'll try to put this all together in one coherent thought, but we'll see how it goes. So first off, happy birthday to the city of Wildwood. And, this resident had reached out and said, I know that there are COVID precautions and there's reason that there's no City of Wildwood event, no Celebrate Wildwood event for the 25th anniversary until possibly next year. And he's also aware that we did do a social media outreach to post some pictures on social media, and that's, he appreciates that. But, 25 years is not an insignificant anniversary. And so he's just really hoping for just a little bit more when it comes to letting the public know about the 25-year anniversary. So, could we do a couple of yard signs? Could we do a couple of banners out in the city, in the town center to commemorate this event? Because it's, like you said, it's not an insignificant event. And so just a little bit more public notice to recognize what it took to create the city in the first place. And he says in here, at no time since 1992 through 1997 have I ever witnessed elected officials and staff working so hard day in and day out to accomplish an objective like creating a 68 square mile city from nothing, as the Committee for Incorporation and its supporters and 4,100 other voters did. And so that's why I just wanted to take my 5 minutes tonight just to recognize the birth of our city and say thank you to all these people. There were 4,100 people, which was 61% of the population at the time. There was about 20,000 people in 1995. All of those people were the founders. There were 300 to 400 monetary contributors to the activities in 93 to 95. They were all founders. There were dozens of residents who were active in neighborhoods and made calls and posted yard signs. Those were the grassroots founders to make Wildwood what it is today. And there were people involved in a steering committee that they helped carry the load. They offered suggestions. They acted as sounding boards. They helped form the vision of the city. They were the founders. And there was also a core group of the Committee for Incorporation, and they met frequently. They were central figures in driving the effort. They conducted the public meetings. They lobbied St. Louis County. They planned the activities. They offered the publications. Meetings upon meetings upon meetings. As a member of City Council, I know the stress and the toll that all these meetings take. And so these were the original people who got these meetings together and made Wildwood what it is. And those people are clearly the founders also, but they never called themselves the founders. That definition or that moniker was given to them by David Glazer's proclamation establishing September 1st each year as Founders Day. And none of them wanted to be singled out, but they also think that the history and the effort that it took to create Wildwood should be commemorated and it should be honored. And just a little bit more public notice to let people know that this is our 25th year anniversary. And he attached a list of names. And so I just like to go through these quickly. I'll try to get through in my 5 minutes, but I just appreciate if you could let me list off some of the people that were involved in the incorporation. And if you know any of these folks, make sure to tell them happy 25th birthday to Wildwood. So Burton Ackerman, Rick and Lynn Archesky, Frank and Mary Jane Ashton, Tim and Mary Battern, Jim and Karen Belleville, Beth Brown, Harry and Ruth Brown, Roland Buchmuller, Jim and Sue Cullinay, Jack and Mary Beth Dan, Gary and Sharon Duker, Bob Ferguson, Kathy and John Finley, Barbara and Mike Foy, Bill and Helen Friedrichs, Bob and Helen Goebel, Hoff and Esther Goff, Norm and Betsy Goldman, John and Fran Gragnani, John and Jane Gunther, Chuck Gulas, Randy and Debbie Hauser, Glenn and Martha Hoffmeister, Gail Holcomb, David and Debbie Hurt, Larry Jasper, Bill and Nancy Kennedy, Jeff and Mary Kochelik, Bob and Caroline Korb, Don and Pat Kozlowski, Joe and Barbara Larimore, David and Stephanie Lickerman, Ron and Jane Marcantano, Alan and Sandy Mawini, Dan and Margaret McGrath, Ted and Mary Mueller, Mike and I just have a few more names if you wouldn't mind just recognizing the people who founded Wildwood. That's nice of you. Thank you.
Speaker card is from Jean Reddick, and she did not indicate what she'll be speaking about.
Good evening. I was going to ask you if I could just introduce myself before you started my 5 minutes. My name is Jean Vedvig and I live at 16709 Clayton Road. formerly in 1999 and multiple years after that. I served on one of the city's first planning and zoning commissions. And down the road, I served on the city council like you. I did not know Dr. Allen was going to be here tonight. And Dr. Allen lives right in the neighborhood. I live on Clayton Road. She lives in the neighborhood of the Strecker site. And the topography that she's talking about is karst topography. And if you know anything about karst topography, I know Dr. Remy does. It is very porous and things move. So that is, I would like to just please let that be my introduction. And I'm here to make a few comments. I'm really not going to be able to get them in 5 minutes, but I'll do the best I can to follow the rules. So for 21 years, I have worked on the Bliss Ellisville site, along with a couple other people. Most of you weren't here 21 years ago, but you're here now, and this is your job. So I wanted to come up and acknowledge that and say, I don't know how much reading you've done about the Bliss Ellisville site, but to those of you who are like kind of brand spanking new, I would encourage you to read everything you can get your hands on, and also talk with former council members, mayors, and your staff. They have a lot of information. In 1999, I had no prior knowledge of the site. And I have been working on this for 21 years, and I still haven't got enough information on the site. I don't know if I'll ever get the full information. Regarding the lawsuit that is in front of the city, my name is on that lawsuit. And that's why I'm here tonight to talk to you. And I'm going to try and get this in 5 minutes. But remember, my name is engaged on that lawsuit. Your name is not on there yet, but it should be. So when this bill comes up, first of all, there were 3 important things. There's many things over 21 years. But in 1999, a resident came before the Planning and Zoning Commission and brought this information forward about the Bliss Ellisville site. And in 2008, I have a letter from a resident who lived in an adjoining subdivision. And when she moved, she was honest and took a large financial hit to her selling her home. She then came back to Wildwood, and she wanted us to know that when she bought her house, nobody told her, nobody, that she was living next to the #1 toxic waste site in the state of Missouri and one of the largest in the country. And she gave me information about people and their children and animals who were ill and died. Then in 2008, I had a mother contact me who moved to Missouri and bought her dream home next to the toxic waste site. Nobody told her. Her son nearly died. He is alive today, but he's been totally affected by this cancer. 2 of his friends did die. So when you vote on this, you need to educate yourself and you need to know what you're doing. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just trying to give you, because you don't get a redo, okay? One of the worst things I ever heard on the Planning Commission one night was a gentleman on the commission said, well, you know, we can just vote on this, and if we don't like it, we can come back and make them tear the building down. I would implore you to give me a few more minutes as a 21-year courtesy, Mayor.
Wish I could, but I've got to, so I'm sorry.
I don't believe it. You can make an exception, but if you aren't going to, then I think everyone needs to acknowledge that we live with a site and environmental disaster. You have to remember when you vote, you don't get a redo. If anything, the city should be making the EPA buy the site from this man
Ms. Bedvig,
and not work on trying to develop it.
Ms. Bedvig, please. Thank you.
All right.
Next speaker card, please.
It's a shame, though, after 21 years, you couldn't afford me another 4 minutes, sir.
Next speaker card, please.
I don't have any more speaker cards. I'm not sure if there's anyone available on Zoom who's wishing to speak.
Okay, why don't we see if anyone on Zoom wants to speak? Do we have any?
Can I just make one final comment?
No, Ms. Bedvig, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you, this is the last time I'm going to ask you. Please return.
Many of you said you would never vote for development on this site.
Officer, please come forward.
Remember that.
Ms. Bedvig, you can't do this. Other people don't have the same right, so I'm sorry.
But remember what you told me. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're going to go to the next speaker who has the same rights as you do. Do we have anyone else on Zoom that would at least like to speak?
I see no one raising their hands, man.
All right. So thanks all of you who came here this evening to speak during our public participation. We appreciate that. There are no mayor's announcements. We have one appointment, which is a group to our Community Outreach Task Force. This originates with the last meeting of the council. You've been provided with the list of the appointees, and I want to thank, I mentioned this in the memo where I list all those. I want to thank each of you who supplied a name, and I also want to thank council members Dodwell, Flasher, and Remy when we met to go over those. That was very helpful. So you have this before you. Is there a motion to approve or any questions? Councilmember Remy.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the appointment.
As written.
Okay, we have a motion second by Councilmember Flasher. Any discussion on the motion? See no discussion. All in favor of the appointments, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. No public hearings. Moving into legislation. We have 3 bills for second reading. Bill 2551 is before the council for final passage, and it concerns wards 1 and 5. Is there a motion for the second reading of the bill? Made by Councilmember Bertolino, seconded by Councilmember McCutcheon. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2551.
Bill 2551, an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the current name of the Pond Grover Loop Road, inclusive of its entirety within this jurisdiction, to be renamed to Pond Grover Parkway, which is reflective of the city's park facilities that anchor either end of it, while in keeping with the naming protocols of the St. Louis County Office of Emergency Management, OEM. Fifth reading.
Thank you. And Councilor Remy, were you raising your hand to speak on this bill? Okay. Joe Bennett, do you have anything to add relative to the information the council's been provided concerning Bill 2551?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, the delay associated with this bill has been a request from the council members to have more pricing information from the Missouri Department of Transportation. As I mentioned 2 weeks ago, the Department of Transportation and the city have been in conversation. I had another conversation this week with the Southwest area engineer. I anticipate having that cost information that was requested in the next month. So therefore, the department is requesting a postponement until the information that was requested is available for your review.
Okay, so we have a request for postponement. Does anyone want to make a motion for postponement? Made by Councilmember Dodwell, seconded by Councilmember McCutcheon. So debate now is only, discussion is only on the motion to postpone. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone? And Joe, is this to the next council meeting?
I hope so. Mr. Piercy, the Southwest Area Engineer for the Department of Transportation, said he was going to try to make it a priority since he had been pulled away on some COVID-19 issues. So I hope to have it, yes.
Okay, so the next council meeting or the one after that?
I can't guarantee the next council meeting, but he seemed optimistic.
We'll shoot for that. Is that okay? We'll try that.
Yes, sir.
Always post.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of the motion to postpone, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion to postpone carries, so that will be on the council's next agenda. Moving to Bill 2567, it's before the council also for final passage, and it concerns Ward 6. Is there a motion for the second reading of the bill? Ward 6. Made by Councilmember Rambo. Second by Councilmember Dodwell. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2567.
67, an ordinance of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the adjustment of certain common boundary lines between two properties that are a part of a tract of land in the west half of the southeast quarter of the northwest quarter of Section 26, Township 44 North, Range 3 East, and part of Lot 14 of the Leonard Walton's Oak Ridge subdivision, which being more specifically located on the north side of Forby Road, west of Alt Road, thereby transferring a 3.5 acre area between the subject parcels of ground hereafter to be known as Weisler Boundary Adjustment Plat, second reading.
Thank you. Joe, do you have anything you would like to mention relative to Bill 2567?
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, there have been no changes to the bill since its introduction, but the department is available to answer any questions.
Any questions for Joe? Seeing no questions or discussion, Ms. Eldridge, would you please call the roll for final passage of Bill 2567?
Councilmember Bartolino.
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Councilmember Nyan.
Yes.
Councilmember Bartoni.
Yes.
Councilmember Gross.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Edens.
Yes.
Councilmember Remy. Councilmember Farmer.
Yes.
Councilmember Delani.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune. Councilmember Rambo.
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon. Councilmember Tano.
Yes.
Councilmember Flasher.
Yes.
Councilmember Boat. Councilmember.
Councilmember Boat.
Yes.
Is that it? Okay, bill passes and has been adopted. We have on our agenda, as you can see, council members, Bill 2568. Before I ask for a motion to have that read a second time, I think the city administrator wants to mention something relative to the bill.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening to you and to members of council. Make sure everybody can hear me correct. Great. The bill in front of you this evening amends the 2020 budget by decreasing revenues in the general fund by $1.3 million and decreasing expenditures by $192,000. These changes are largely due to the decreased sales tax revenues related to COVID-19, decreased court fines due to COVID-19, and increased snow removal expenses. We also have some changes in our capital improvement sales tax fund, which are net positive. And also in our road and bridge fund, we are seeing a slight decline due to sales taxes. Last week, we received notice from St. Louis County that federal CARES funds will be made available to cities to help offset some of these items. So for that reason, I'm recommending this evening that we postpone this item until staff can investigate the potential use of these funds to help offset some of these impacts on our general fund.
So thank you, City Administrator Ansom. Since it's not on the floor, technically there really wouldn't be a motion to postpone. So what I would like to do is just see if there's any member of the council that has an objection to moving this to the next meeting or potentially the meeting after. I believe we could get a better idea at the latest. It would be that meeting relative to the CARES fund. So the council will be more informed relative to the dollars moving around the room, so to speak. Is there any objection to that? No, because it's not on the floor. There was no, that's why I asked him to speak to it before a motion was made on to get it. If it had been, a motion had been made, it was on the floor, then you would postpone. There's nothing technically to postpone. So this is just something I thought that might be an easier way to handle this. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Thank you, Mr. Anselm. Moving into first readings. New business, Bill 2569 is before the council. It concerns all wards. Is there a motion for the first reading of the bill? Made by Councilmember Dodwell. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Bartoni. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilor McCune is opposed. Any other opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2569.
Bill 2569, an ordinance of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Wildwood, Missouri by enacting a new section 415.505, Special Circumstances Overlay District, SCOD, to the zoning ordinance of Wildwood, Missouri, that will provide a more progressive approach to the consideration and management of development sites that have inherent special circumstances associated with them due to a range of causes, both man-made and natural, all of which is consistent with the action of the Planning and Zoning Commission hereby contained in its final letter of recommendation on this subject that is dated August 3rd, 2020, first reading.
Thank you. Joe, do you have anything further you'd like to mention relative to Bill 2569?
With your permission, Mr. Mayor, I would like just to cover a couple of points and then respond to any questions if there are.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, this particular matter was presented to the members 3 weeks ago at a public hearing. At the conclusion of the public hearing, authorization was provided to the city attorney, the city clerk, and the Department of Planning to prepare the legislation. I want to emphasize a couple points based upon the speaker's participation tonight. First and foremost, I see this as a higher hurdle for any site that may have a history or, as described, special circumstances associated with it to meet. The intent is to obtain more information at the start of the process than we ever have in the past 25 years. And equally important, to ensure that as time marches on and properties are transferred between owners, the history of the process and the site is available to all. It's an attempt to have information available all the way through the process from start to finish. And I think that's an improvement based upon the current regulations that govern many of the developments, particularly residential developments we have in the city of Wildwood. To the speakers, I would offer, with the permission of City Council, if they would like to meet with the department, we'd be glad over the next 2 weeks to go through each and every aspect of the proposed regulations and explain their character, the intent, and for all and in any other way, why they're there and why we, as the Department of Planning, believe they're important and necessary to address sites like Ellisville Bliss. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bartoni.
Thank you. And Joe, I've got a couple different questions for you, but I'm trying to pull this up also, so bear with me, please. And I'm gonna just apologize in advance because Joe, I've got quite a few questions for you here, and I don't mean to monopolize your time or take it away from anybody else. But the one comment that has been made tonight. And Joe, I had also heard it from a couple other residents that called. And I don't think it's fair that there's a lot of people out there assuming that just because you're new on this council that you don't know what's going on. But that being said, Joe, would you be open to having some sort of a meeting regarding the history of this site, say by next Monday or Tuesday? That way, anybody who wants to participate in that meeting would have another 5 or 6 days or so just to kind of digest this themselves. Because I mean, I don't think you have to be new on this council to learn anything about this site. Kind of like what Ms. Vedvik said, she's been, I guess, in tune with it for 21 years and doesn't know everything. I've been kind of familiar with it for 7 years or so. Definitely don't know everything. So is that like, that's kind of like, I guess my first question, is that something that you would be able to do for anybody on the council, new, old, or anybody in the staff?
Certainly, sir. I'd be glad to do it.
Okay, so I guess will you just like set that up, a meeting, and then just, I guess, email it out?
Yes, I'll contact all of the city council members. Try to find a the best I can do. Trying to arrange schedules between 16 plus people may be impossible, but at least we'll have a couple of dates that hopefully many can make, maybe not all.
Okay, thank you. And now I've got like a handful of questions here, and I'm, asking some of these questions for myself and some of them for other residents. And I definitely don't mean to belittle anybody by the questions I'm asking, but Joe, one of the comments that I have received, and I think I heard it tonight as well, but I know I've gotten these phone calls, is that this ordinance will actually side with the developer. I personally don't see that, but I'm not like saying that somebody isn't seeing something different than me, but do you see that in any way being the case with this?
No, sir, not at all. Again, I see it as a higher hurdle than any that may have been on the track to this date.
Okay. The other thing that was mentioned at the public hearing 3 weeks ago and that I've gotten calls on is this, like an overlay map or a map that will show these properties. Is that something that the department still plans on presenting, or what's your thoughts on that?
Definitely. The special circumstances overlay district isn't complete until the overlay map is a component of it. We have yet to start on that map, which means that we will identify locations that we know through historical documents, experiences over the past 25 years, and any other information that's provided. And then that will go to a public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission. And for all intents and purposes, unless there is an objection, we'll probably do a mass mailing relating to that. We did not do it for the regulations because of cost, but once we start identifying properties, I think it's only fair to everyone in Wildwood, they know what those are.
Okay. So on the ordinance itself, and I'm talking about letter B, purpose and intent, number 4. And I'll give you a moment to get to that, but it reads, assure soil containing metal concentrations in excess of permissible levels, ... Just to be a little bit more general and to cover a little bit more territory, could that be changed to read soil containing contaminants, or just something that's covers a little bit more ground? No pun intended, ground.
Certainly, if the city council would like to alter any of the regulations and the text or content associated with them, that's well within your authority. I believe the mayor would probably require a motion to amend the language.
If I could just add on to that. So since it's first reading tonight, this is more designed for informational, and by code, any debate or amendment can only occur after a second reading.
Okay, that being said, City Attorney Young, do you see any reason why that could not be changed?
I think it is open and subject to revision. The specific language I would want to review before final approval. But in light of your comments tonight, I can coordinate with the Director of Planning and we can look at alternatives.
Okay. Kind of in the same line, letter I, number 1B. Current letters from EPA, Missouri regarding existing conditions of a subject site. Could that also read, I guess this question actually might be for Mr. Young and might get the same answer, but regarding existing conditions, could that read existing and past conditions? That way we're, once again, covering a little bit more territory.
What the ordinance requires is called a phase 1.
Right.
And the phase 1 will identify past conditions coming up to current conditions, but really what we're concerned with is current conditions. Because if remediation has taken place and remediation is sufficient, it would be appropriate for us to say, yes, remediation has been completed, but we're going to say no. Anyway, so.
And I get that part. Where I'm kind of going with it is, you know, we're talking about disclosure to not only like, you know, to a potential buyer, but down the line. And I would think that that disclosure would be important to know that that site has been remediated.
And again, Mr. Bartoni.
That's where I'm going with it.
Mr. Bartoni, I would again emphasize that as part of the new regulations, not only is a phase 1 environmental assessment required, but a phase 2, which is actually site investigation. And those are required as part of the startup of the process. In the case of Strecker Forest, we didn't get that information well until a lot of the discussions had occurred. And that's the shortfall of the PRD relative to the sites acting that.
Okay, right. And yeah, I think we kind of all know, like phase 1 don't tell you a whole lot. It's a phase 2 where you really get into the nuts and bolts. And kind of like similar on the previous question, I'm going to letter J, number 1, where the wording is kind of designated and or controlled by an environmental covenant between, and this is just once again where we could put presently, whether it's presently designated controlled by an environmental covenant or previously controlled. Once again, just to kind of memorialize and have it in there, like if this property in question had been controlled at one point. So I'd like to see that added. And then
Councilmember Bartoni, courtesy 1 minute or 10 minutes.
Thank you. So on disclosure, and this might be a question for City Attorney Young also, is I think this is an important part moving forward, and that's been talked about, but at what point would a developer have to disclose to a potential buyer, homeowner number 1, at what point would they have to disclose to homeowner number 2, and et cetera, because we all have bought a house, and when you're at the closing, you're just signing documents, you're not reading anything. And I think that's way too late to put that in there, and we need to have this in there very early on, whether it's at the listing, if that's legally possible, I would like to see that. But we just need to make sure that we can get that to where potential buyers are aware of it up front, and also like how would this be enforced?
we will review the applicability and availability to insert that specific provision that you've requested. I'll review that with the Director of Planning. In terms of enforcement, there are a couple of rules of enforcement. We'll review those and bring forward.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. And I would encourage everybody to be at that meeting that Joe has. Thank you.
In addition to that, Councilor Bartoni, if you or any other member of the council or members of the public have suggested changes, if you could get those to John at least within the next week to give him time to potentially put them into an amended form of the bill, that would expedite things considerably. So anything that you didn't cover because of the 10-minute limit, if you want to email those and anyone else, that would help.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor McCune.
Sorry, thanks for the time. So there was a couple questions, just want to talk about the bill itself. And I really appreciate Dr. Allen's comments and Ms. Vedvig. And I think it's important that this council understands this fully. And I can say for a year and a half, I still don't know a lot, but I know enough that I want to learn more. And a lot of this is a legal heavy driven, and I don't quite understand it. So not understanding something and voting on something for the residents is concerning for me, and I hope that it is for everybody else here that's new. I think that it's important to hear what the residents state, and I just want to encourage everybody to have more information. And I think, Joe, I really appreciate you offering this meeting, and I think it's going to be educational, but I'd like to invite the residents so they can give you their history and give you their concerns, and we can ask those questions and maybe make those changes. But going back to the document, Joe Vunich, I have a question. So there was a document that identified some of the properties on this overlay that included the Bliss, Callahan, and Rosalie properties. Is that true, or do we have a definition of what properties you're talking about?
I know of no specific map reflecting properties that are part of the city of Wildwood. During the discussions, we've often referenced sites that have been listed on the national priorities list of the US EPA, those that may be on Missouri Department of Natural Resources list, and others. But we've been hesitant to develop the map and identify specific properties until we knew the criteria, which is, for all intents and purposes, the regulations of the new overlay district.
So we don't really have the specifics at this point. Is that what I'm understanding?
I think when time comes and the Planning and Zoning Commission, the city attorney, the residents of Wildwood and staff take the opportunity to look at properties that fit the general criteria. We all have a handful of properties that are immediately going to be identified because they have special circumstances associated with them, particularly those that have been man-made, such as the Ellisville Bliss properties.
Okay, and then on the special overlay, is there other examples besides the Chesapeake, Virginia example that was given? Is there others that we can use a comparison to or have more understanding on besides that one individual location?
Well, I know Mr. Young did some exhaustive search. We also contacted the American Planning Association, the national headquarters, and we asked them if they a data research on ordinances or regulations of a similar nature. There's not a lot out there, but again, that's typical. When we created the natural resource protection standards, there were not many examples out there at that time. And so Wildwood's always been out on the forefront when trying to protect the environment and the public's health, safety, and welfare. We'll go back and we'll check again, certainly if there's questions, but this is kind of new ground in my opinion, and I would defer to Mr. Young if he doesn't concur.
Could you go to that meeting, Mr. Young, and maybe help us navigate this a little bit better?
I'm happy to coordinate schedules to make sure I'm available.
Okay, I think it's important that we just have more understanding. I think this is so big that some of the terminology is just not clear. So I would appreciate that. And Joe, again, since this is brand new to us, I think that we just need to slow down a little bit and make sure we're navigating this properly. So I don't know what the rush is. I guess why are we pushing this fast right now? So that's my other question.
I don't think anyone's, I can't speak to the department. I don't think anyone's pushing this. It just made its way to the agenda. So, in course.
Okay, and then my last, she had mentioned she didn't get a public notice. Was that consistent, Joe, or did we not send them out, or what happened? Why did Dr. Allen bring that up, that she didn't receive notice?
When we do ordinance amendments, since they cover the entire city, we would have to send out 14,000 flyers, and it's just not something we've ever done in the past 25 years. And so, no, there was not a mailer sent out to every resident. We did our typical requirements, which are more than most communities. We had it posted here at City Hall. We had it on the website, the notifications of all the meetings. We had it on Facebook, the e-newsletter, Twitter. And again, as council people, I know Mr. Bartoni talked to many people in the vicinity of the site. And so from that perspective, if the city would want us to do full-scale citywide mailings on ordinance amendments, we can do that. But in the past, we've been discouraged because of the cost. It's in the thousands of dollars.
Again, I just wanted to understand the question, so thank you.
One caveat I mentioned to what Joe said, just for the council and the public, if a bill relates to a specific piece of property, then notice of those specifically by mail to those in that vicinity is given. Councilor McCutcheon.
So he provided, I've gotten a few calls from residents as well. My concern is still public notice. I've gotten quite a bit of comment about residents who were not aware of this bill being on the agenda until of late. So if there's a way that we can at least send a notification out to the residents who live in the vicinity of the Bliss site to make them more aware. I understand we've done quite a bit of notification in other means, but if we could mail to those surrounding this property.
I'm going to refer to the city attorney. I suspect that once you go down that road, you're going to have to give notice to everybody. The city attorney, Young.
Yeah, I think it's first important to note that this particular legislation affects no specific property. So when these specific properties to be affected by this legislation are brought forward to the city council, notices that you're discussing will be sent out. But in terms of doing special notices, I would discourage doing special notices ad hoc. I would follow the policy.
Councilmember Edens. I got you, Katie. I have you. Councilor Edens.
Yes, so I just wanted to address some of the public comments, and I know people ran out of time. If you're willing to write that up and send it to council, we will certainly read it. Regarding Dr. Allen's comments and Ms. Vedvig's. Don and myself, I mean, this is our ward on that side of the street, Callahan's Ward 4, and we are here to protect our residents. I mean, that's first and foremost. Don's neighborhood backs up to those homes. We have done our research, of course, but there's always more to learn. In regards to the research, actually, let me back up. I would say a meeting for council members is great. I would limit it to council members and not the public as suggested, simply because it's a chance for anybody that does not know all of the details about pending litigation to ask it in a closed session format. I would recommend that. If you want to do a different public session, that's an option, but I would absolutely keep it separate. We see this as a way of addressing your concerns. And one of the things that Ms. Vedvig brought up was property owners knowing what they're getting themselves into. This does address this. And so while there's not a rush, every house that is sold in the meantime before this is adopted doesn't have to disclose it. So there's no secret plan to leave residents out for comments. There's no plan to develop it overnight. And this does not, in fact, do this. And again, it's not just limited to these two sites. So if we find other, areas in our city that have issues, this can help there too. So I just wanted to kind of explain the motives a little bit to ease any concerns, but certainly if you have additional comments, we will read them. And I understand that there's issues with legalese, but that's why we welcome your questions and comments. But at the end of the day, it has to be written in a certain legal format. So that's not ever going to really change, so that it can be upheld if it's challenged.
Sure. I know this is the first meeting, so this is strictly for information. So Joe, I'm gonna maybe just recap what I read and hopefully it's a yes or no type answer. So from what I've been able to gather from this bill here, it seems that I am seeing that more information will be available to the public. There'll be better access to experts that will have their credentials reviewed by the city. There'll be more materials available at the public hearings when they are held for a specific property. There'll be also greater deductions in the gross acreage of the site to consider the environmental factors, greater prohibitions if there are any site disturbances, if something were to be approved. Also greater remediation. I really like the longer comment periods, increased scrutiny and greater oversight. So if hopefully, is this all in line with this bill, Joe, or am I misunderstanding it?
Yes, 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 and yes.
One yes would have been fine. Thank you, Joe.
Councilmember Dodwell.
I just want to reiterate, I appreciate the comments from the residents that are in my ward and Joe Farmer's ward. I think it's important that we hear your perspectives, but I also would ask that you go back and look at this particular ordinance in detail and understand that this is meant to be a process that requires a developer to go through many more steps, many of them ones that you recommended years ago are finally coming to fruition. I want to thank Joe and the Planning and Zoning Committee for all of their work on trying to identify how we can best ensure that any property that has any questionable components in it, be they land use, land disturbance, land status on just what's in the land where it's at. I certainly want to go forward with these particular ordinances and recommendations. I also concur with Councilmember Edens that I think it would behoove us to have a closed session meeting with council members, since we do have so many council members, and bring them up to the, as Ms. Vedvig said, the 21-year process that we've been going through on questions around the Bliss site and the Callahan site, so that everybody's on the same page. So I would appreciate if we can, before we finish up this evening, come to some timeline on when we can get that particular component taken care of. And then after we have that meeting with council members, we make a determination on when to have a public meeting where we can be available with the appropriate individuals from planning and zoning, from council, and from our legal team to go over any questions that they may have, and that we are also privy to answer. We do have some legal issues that are occurring right now, and so we are very limited on some things that we can and cannot say, and I hope that the citizenry understands that we do have to be private about some pieces of information. So this has been a long process for these two particular areas that we're concerned about tonight, but I applaud planning and zoning and the planning department for looking at how do we deal with this and similar issues going forward, because we didn't have this kind of framework in the past to be able to take a deeper dive into potential concerns for our citizenry. So I want to thank Joe and the Planning and Zoning Committee extensively.
And just to tag on to Councilmember Dodwell's comments, my recollection is after the this last election, the white papers we developed in 2016 or 2017 on these two sites, I think, I know I had asked that those be provided to the new council members. We did do that? Is that correct? Okay, so they have that background, which is a good summary of where we are and what we're looking for. Councilmember Remy.
Thank you. I think this is actually an interesting discussion.
I appreciate Mr. Vunich and the department, and certainly the planning and zoning. I think it was interesting and great to hear the perspective that led towards this bill tonight that's going to go forth as we move forward. It's also been helpful, I think, to hear from different council members, including Councilmember Bartoni, on this issue and from the different citizens. I guess my only question is, given the applicability of this and the generalizability, if you will, to a number of different prospective locations, not just one specific site, but then understanding the context of some concerns related to specific sites, do we think that we'll be in a position in 2 weeks to vote on this if there are concerns on multiple areas? And if we think that, even though I know this has been going on for a period of time and we want to certainly afford our citizens time to speak and our council members to also have further discussions on this, I'm just wondering if we would want to wait another meeting. I know, and so my question procedurally would be, and at an informational, do I need to postpone at the next meeting, or can I do that tonight if we were going to wait another month? And I'm not trying to delay anything.
So nothing can be, it would be the former.
Okay.
So I think we wait and see what the process is.
Okay.
If it's on the agenda and the for the next meeting and the council wants to postpone it, that would be the time.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what I just wanted to suggest, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
You're welcome. Councilmember Kuhn.
Councilmember Rooney answered exactly what I was asking.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Edens.
Don and I had one more question we forgot to ask. Does this ordinance remove or alter any existing environmental covenants? And that's for Mr. Vunich.
No, ma'am, it does not.
That's what we thought. Okay. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Don and I are good. Thanks.
I'm sorry.
Yep, that's it.
So Joe or Sam will get with the council relative to scheduling a meeting with City Attorney Young and how that's arranged and reach consensus, and we'll do that sooner rather than later. Thanks for all the questions, and we'll see if that's on the agenda for the next meeting. Moving next to Bill 2570, it's before the council, also for first reading. It concerns Ward 1. Is there a motion for the first reading of the bill? Made by Councilmember Brost, seconded by Councilmember Clark. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2570.
Bill 2570, an ordinance of the City of Wildwood authorizing the adjustment of 3 existing lots that are part of the tract of land being a portion of the northwest quarter of Section 2, Township 44 North, Range 3 East, and part of the southwest quarter of Section 35, Township 45 North, Range 3 East, or more specifically situated on the northwest corner of State Route 100 and Pond Road, which will hereafter be known as the Schneider Tracts Boundary Adjustment Plat.
Thank you. Joe, do you have anything further to add relative to Bill 2570?
Just a few remarks, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, and I would ask Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, this particular tract of land exists as in total 64 acres. The tract of land is currently 3 lots of varying sizes. The boundary adjustment is being driven by the desire of several buyers to purchase the larger tracts of land in the configurations as shown on the proposed plat. The intent is to have 3 lots at the conclusion of the process, one 27 acres in size, another 30 acres, and finally 7 acres. I do want to note that based upon input from the Watershed Erosion Task Force, the ephemeral drainage way that is a major feature of this particular tract of land is herein identified, and a 50-foot setback is proposed on either side of top of bank. So the efforts of that group have trickled onto the plat, so to speak, and now is reflected as part of the boundary adjustment. If there are any questions, the department would be glad to answer them at this time.
Thank you. Any questions for Joe? All right, seeing none, it'll be on the agenda for the next council meeting. And finally, for first reading, moving to Bill 2571, this concerns wards 2 and 4. Is there a motion for the first reading of the bill? Made by Councilmember Dodwell. And seconded by Councilmember Edens. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Eldridge, please read Bill 2571.
Bill 2571, an ordinance of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing the mayor to negotiate and execute a city consultant agreement with Geotechnology Incorporated for environmental services on the Strucker Road sidewalk project within the City of Wildwood. First reading.
And thank you. Given the discussion in the work session relative to the need for the extensive boring that was proposed versus simply trying to determine the basic issue of whether there is a need for that, I think in terms of dirt movement and the cost of $49,800 for a $150,000 project, I would ask that we have a motion to postpone this to the next council meeting so that Rick Brown can get additional information. Is there a motion to postpone? Made by Councilmember McCutcheon. Made by Councilmember McCutcheon. Is there a second? Councilmember Bartoni seconds. This would be to the next council meeting. Any discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing no discussion, all in favor of the motion to postpone, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have one opposed. Who is opposed? I'm sorry. Did you second the motion to postpone? No. Who seconded? Oh, I'm sorry, Don Bartoni. Okay, you're opposed to postponement. Okay, any other opposed? Any abstentions? One opposed. The motion to postpone carries. Moving into resolutions, we have one resolution 2020-18 is before the council. It concerns Ward 6. Is there a motion to adopt resolution 2020-18? Made by Councilmember Rambo. Is there a second? Made by Councilmember Clark. Ms. Eldridge, please read resolution 2020-18.
Resolution 2020-18, a resolution of the City of Wildwood, Missouri, authorizing a professional services agreement with Doring Engineering Incorporated for the completion of an ALTA/ASCM survey at the Portner Park site and development of topographic survey information for future planning, design, and engineering purposes based upon the provisions in the attached proposal.
Thank you. And just a housekeeping item, I noticed today that the budgetary implication we list for bills and resolutions was missing on the posted page, and that has been added. And in case you didn't see that, I believe the budgetary implication, Joe, is 17,000 and change. Is that correct?
Yes, just approximately $17,000, Mr. Mayor. And the cost is a component of the different services. The ALTA ASCM survey is part of the closing on the as a donation. The topographic information will be utilized when we start our planning, design, and engineering work to open the park for public use. The city did go to several different survey firms. This was the low bid. Doring Engineering has done survey work previously in the city for the City of Wildwood. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And so I guess the theory is that since the surveyors will be there for doing the ALTA survey for the closing, might as well have them do the topographic to save cost in the long run. Is that the thing, theory?
It has always borne out that way, that when they're out there once, if you can get it all done, it's less expensive down the road.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rambo.
Yes, thanks. I would, this property and part of my own property and all the land in between was owned by my great-great-grandfather in the 1850s. And the latest generation, some subset of them say Portner, but it's Pertner. It has the two dots above the O, thingamajiggy. Germans, I think, call it a but it's also called an umlaut, and that's the pronunciation. And I'd like to even get it on the documents for a while until people get used to that, because it's like fingernails on a blackboard every time I hear Portner instead of Pertner. I also have lots of the history of the family, including photos of all the buildings, photos of the lake, photos of the maintenance of that lake, the places that the buildings had been moved around the site, some really, really cool history of a couple of those buildings, et cetera. I'll share them at a later time because everybody's getting tired. So
How do you say it again?
it's Pertner. Pertner.
And I do know that there is a symbol that's available in Word for the two dots over the O. So without objection, we will do that going forward to remind everyone. We might as well get it right. Councilmember McCune. Okay. All right. Any other discussion on the resolution? See no discussion. All in favor of the motion to adopt resolution 2020-18, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Resolution passes. So no miscellaneous items. That takes us to adjournment before we go back into the work session. Councilmember Remy.
Just earlier, I was, after we voted on the community task force, just wanted to make sure people knew October 13th will be the first meeting date, so that people are aware 6:30, the more the merrier.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Question about, weren't we supposed to approve minutes from the August 10th closed session?
Ms. Eldridge.
I will find that out when we get into executive session tonight, but we haven't gotten there yet. So we can vote on those at the next council meeting if you'd like, once we go into that meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Clark, for keeping us straight on the minutes. We appreciate that, though. All right. Any other comments? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the main meeting of council. Made by Councilmember Bartoni, second by Councilmember Galani. Non-debatable. All in favor of the motion to adjourn, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so now we're going to go back and take on, we have one public item and we have two items left. One is a public item and then we have an executive session. The next item that was on the agenda for the work session was RFQ for Route 66 Roadside Park. Joe, do you have anything you would like to mention relative to that item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I will be brief, recognizing you have another item in closed session. The Historic Preservation Commission is providing to City Council tonight a letter with recommendation regarding their request to issue and advertise a request for proposals for what is being called at this time Route 66 Roadside Park. That park is a half acre in size and was purchased by the city in 2019. It was purchased for twofold reasons. One, to assist in the Phase 3 Manchester Road streetscape, and two, to create an area in the core area of Grover for a roadside park, trailhead, or however you would describe it. The intent of the request for proposals is to engage a professional consulting firm to assist in understanding potential design concepts. The request for proposals will be received the Historic Preservation Commission, reviewed, and eventually presented to City Council for consideration. The request for proposals would be advertised and reviewed through the remainder of this year, but this is clearly a 2021 fiscal year project. Mr. Mayor and members of City Council are available for any comments or questions regarding the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation. Thank you.
So Joe, you're looking for a motion to proceed as recommended by the HPC, is that correct?
That's exactly it, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Dodwell.
Just a quick question, Joe. Is this the property that's across the street, sort of from Three French Hens before you get to the windy road that goes down to 109?
No, ma'am. This particular property is in front of Grover Crossing. That's subdivision of McBride and Son Homes.
Okay, thank you.
That was formerly Greater Missouri Builders.
Yeah.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Councilmember McCutcheon.
Residents who want to go to Three French Hens or any other businesses along there, is that part of the trailhead? Or is this different intent?
Well, actually, it's probably threefold in its intent. Since there'll be a small parking lot area there, and we have talked about a municipal parking area to support those businesses in the Grover community, it certainly could perform that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Garetano.
Sure. Do you have a motion already for
We
this?
do not.
All right, so I'll be happy to make that motion with the recommendation there as stated.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Garetano to proceed as recommended by the HPC and the Director of Planning, seconded by Councilmember Galani. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
For the last item, which is a closed session, we will need a motion to go into closed session, and we'll have to have that motion decided by a roll call vote. Made by Councilmember Bartoni, seconded by Councilmember Edens. Any discussion on the motion to go into closed session? I think we can do that. Can we in here? We will do that. And so, seeing no discussion, Ms. Eldridge, would you please call the roll for the on the motion to go into closed session?
Councilmember Nyan,
Yes.
Councilmember Bartoni,
Yes.
Councilmember Gross,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Edens,
Yes.
Councilmember Remy,
Yes.
Councilmember Farmer,
Yes.
Councilmember Galani,
Yes.
Councilmember McCune, Councilmember Rambo,
Yes.
Councilmember McCutcheon, Councilmember Garetano,
Yes.
Councilmember Flasher,
Yes.
Councilmember Pope,
Yes.
Councilmember Bernardino.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go into closed session. So those of you who are with us in the audience, thank you again for coming. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to ask you to step out for this so we can have our closed session. And we're going to, yes.
I did.
I would advise at least somebody that would join the meeting, because that is city policy that would broadcast it. That's my simple answer to your
Okay, council members, we are now back in open session for the continuation of the work session, and all that is remaining, having completed the agenda, is an adjournment. I would entertain a motion to adjourn the work session. Made by Councilmember Bartoni, seconded by Councilmember Galani. Non-debatable. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, and everyone, please have a good evening.